Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Atlantic Motorsport Park for round 3 of the sArl Racing Series. Racing is about to kick off here in a couple of minutes. So I'd like to start off by thanking the sponsor for the first race today, which is Nova Drilling, sponsoring the Catch-22 category. Nova Drilling provides geotechnical, environmental, and marine infrastructure drilling services throughout the Maritimes and Nunavut. The main type of drilling offered is diamond core, which provides a bedrock core sample for engineering consultants to design foundations and install environmental monitoring wells. Shout out to Nova Drilling for continuing sponsoring race classes here for the sArl Racing Series. Big field here this afternoon for the Catch-22. 20 riders registered for the class. Couple of them not out there. One of the riders being number 29, unfortunately had some engine failure there, so unfortunately won't see Eric Spinney on the grid. The other rider, 69, Ryan Hum, unfortunately had to get off out there and due to medical reasons not making the field, so that cuts it down to 18 riders out there for the first race of the day. Run you through the order here. On pole position, this is based on championship points, and sitting on pole position, rider number 295 out of Baddeck, Nova Scotia, on board a Yamaha R3, sponsored by Nova Drilling and Baddeck Marine. That is the 295 of Angus McClarty. Making up the front row is the number 15. He's out of Parlesboro on board a Honda CBR 600, sponsored by Nicole Burr and Asylum Racing. That is the 15 of Pat Patterson. Second row is the 27 out of Lower Sackville on board a Yamaha R6, sponsored by Liberty CC, Plus Racing and KYT. The 27 of Brianna Mosher. Making up the second row, 141 out of Woodstock, New Brunswick, on board a Kawasaki Ninja 250, sponsored by Tony Martin Plumbing, Downriver Beverage Company, and Sarah Jane, the 141 of Tony Martin. Third row is the 36 of Lucas Bowl, and the 53 out of Lake Echo on board a Yamaha R3, sponsored by the Hungry Beagle. That is the 53 of Jim Marlowe. Making up the third row is the 7 out of Memricook, New Brunswick, on board a Honda CBR 600, sponsored by Mario. That is the 7 of Sasha Richard. Fourth row is the 73 of Robert McGuinness, and the 12 out of Cole Harbour, Nova Scotia, of Ian Forster. Fifth row is the 224 out of Wedgwood, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Precious Metal Racing, the 224 of Kevin Burr. Making up the fifth row is the 3 out of St. Margaret's Bay, Nova Scotia, riding Thinger Machinery, so I'm not sure which one he is on this afternoon. He is sponsored by himself. That is Randy Bennett. Sixth row sees the 62 of Phil Warnell, followed by the 28 of Scott McIntyre. Seventh row, the 49 of Max Holt, the 70 of Julia Bohemier, and the 90 of Angelo Gucciarati. Eighth row, 108 of Ayush Sapra, and the 153 of Ron Hilchey. Oh, we have a rider that's not able to get the bike going. Oh, I think that might be Sasha Richard, maybe. Big wheelie there as well, down the front straightaway, able to collect it there. Glad to see everything worked out there on the front straightaway. But out of turn 2, it is Angus McClarty, but Pat Patterson, using the horsepower of that 600, able to get around McClarty up into 3. So right now, Pat Patterson about 4 bike lengths ahead of Angus McClarty. Wait to see the bikes coming around. Get a little closer there. See who is in the third position. Rider in fourth, I can tell, is Tony Martin on that red a Kawasaki 400. Now down the back straightaway, the riders in second and third side by side. That is Lucas Bull coming up the outside of Angus McClarty, taking over the second place position there into turn 7. Anyone new to track, Catch 22, it's all about staying above the minute 22 mark. As soon as you get below the 122, you are DNF'd. So I'll keep an eye on the lap times here. Oh, Jim Marlowe going wide through 11, allowed Phil Warnell to get around. But as they complete one lap, run you through the order. It's Pat Patterson, Lucas Bull, Angus McClarty, Brianna Mosier up to fourth, followed by Tony Martin in fifth. Up the hill, it is Pat Patterson, Angus McClarty down into turn 2, able to get around Lucas Bull, moving himself up into that second place position. A few bikes back is Brianna Mosier, so she's right there in the hunt for a podium. Looks like Angus McClarty trying an inside move of Pat Patterson in 5. Just not close enough to pull off that move. Now down the back straightaway, we'll see if Brianna Mosier is able to use the horsepower. Here she goes around Lucas Bull. Can she get Angus McClarty too? Not close enough, but she's now into the third place position. Her corner speed was sacrificed there in turn 7. I was curious to see if Lucas Bull might have taken advantage there and had a good drive into turn 9, but he is still sitting there in fourth. Robert McGinnis has moved up into the 5th place position with Ian Forster right behind him as well as they come on to the front straightaway here. Looking at the lap times, Angus McClarty, a 122.172. He is flirting with getting DNF'd. Now with clear track there, we'll see if he is going to continue to push his lap times lower. Only 1/10 of a second away from getting into the 121s. Now 6 riders battling it out here for those 3 podium positions through 4 up to the top of 5. Angus McClarty about a second ahead of Pat Patterson, followed by Brianna Mosier. Both of those 600s in second and third. So no horsepower differential there down the back straightaway, but you can see that's allowed them to pull away from that R3 of Lucas Bull. Now a few bike lengths. Robert McGinnis looking racy out there. I have a feeling he's got an inside move lined up into turn 9. He has. He's taken over that 4th place position from Lucas Bull. Now we'll see what happens here with Robert McGinnis. He broke out there in round 2. I don't know the official rules here, but from my understanding, it is break out twice and you're done in this class. Angus McClarty, I was wondering if he, with clear track, would get down to the 121s, and sure enough, he has. He has got down to the 121.4, so now the battle is between Pat Patterson, Brianna Mosier, Robert McGinnis, Ian Forster. The 4 of them battling. Ian Forster up the inside of Robert McGinnis into turn number 4. Ian Forster looking racy to get a podium this afternoon. Over the top of 5. 5 riders within a couple of seconds down the back straightaway. Now into turn number 7. Pat Patterson, a bike length ahead of Brianna Mosier. Ian Forster, what a rocket through 7-8. I thought he was going to get both riders into turn number 9. But now it is Ian Forster up into the 2nd place position, right behind Pat Patterson. Side by side, Brianna Mosier and Ian Forster. But is Ian Forster able to hold the inside line? across the line. Oh, Ian Forster, a 121.6. Ian Forster now broken out himself, so he is no longer a contender in this battle of the 5 bikes there. So it is Pat Patterson, Brianna Mosher, Robert McGinnis, and the rider there 5th on in that battle. 4th in the standings is Lucas Bull. Through turn 4, bike length between Pat Patterson and Brianna Mosher over the top of 5. That bike in the middle there, that white one, that is Ian Forster. He is DNF, getting below the 121. So a little bit of gap there back to Robert McGinnis. So those 2 bikes battling it out for the lead through turn 7. Ian Forster again trying to get around both bikes. I think he has. Ian Forster around both Brianna Mosher and Pat Patterson down into turn number 9 and immediately has gapped them by about 4 bike lengths. Ian Forster is a force out there this morning. Oh, Pat Patterson, Brianna Mosher, Robert McGinnis, Lucas Bull, all top 4 riders breaking out. Holy moly, the racing is getting hot this morning, this afternoon here at A&P. That's got Phil Warnell. We'll have to track and find out where Phil Warnell is. I think that's Phil Warnell going between going into turn 3 there now. So right now, Phil Warnell has about 4 seconds over Tony Martin. Jim Marlowe sitting in 3rd. So that great battle that's happening down the back straightaway is all for bragging rights at the moment as Angus McClarty back through around Ian Forster. This is bragging rights out here this afternoon. I'll keep watching this battle, even though it's not for a podium position. This still is a healthy battle out there that I enjoy to watch, and I'm sure all the spectators do as well, as they're now coming onto the front straightaway. Ian Forster and Angus McClarty, followed by Pat Patterson. There goes Phil Warnell. He's the current leader. His fastest time was a 1:22.9, so he still has a second gap to that 1:22. Second place, Tony Martin, followed by Jim Marlowe. So there's a battle right there I love to watch there between Jim Marlowe and Angelo Gucciarati. Definitely not saying that name right. That's a battle for a podium position, 3rd and 4th. I'll keep an eye on that one. That's a battle for a podium. It's coming now out of turn 2. Angelo ahead of Jim Marlowe. He's a few bike lengths ahead of him now. Looking at the how quickly he was able to gap Jim there between 3 and 4. Oh, I had to look over here. I heard everyone in the tower gasping. There's 3 riders battling it out here. Angus McClarty, Ian Forster battling onto the front straightaway. Here comes Ian Forster. Almost under the grass. Here comes Brianna Mosher. Holy moly, what a great race. All right, here we go. There's Phil Warnell across the line. He's the winner. Here's Tony Martin now coming onto the front straightaway. He'll finish the race in 2nd. Right now, here comes this battle for 3rd. Jim Marlowe, he may try an inside move here into 11. Elected to tuck up behind Angelo. Here comes Sasha Burchard stealing away 4th place position. Jim Marlowe across the line, putting in her fastest lap of the race. None of those riders will know that they are that high up in the standings, that the top, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 riders breaking out of the Catch 22 this afternoon. Great racing to start off the racing here for all fans that have made it out to Atlantic Motorsport. I have to now catch my breath. This race always brings tons of excitement for the fans. People here supporting the racers, all the pit crew standing there on pit wall. I'm sure someone's going to let Phil Warnell know that fans letting all those riders know they have broken out. Like 6 of them. Here comes the winner. Phil Warnell taking the win. Phil Warnell. Second place rider, Tony Martin. Second place, followed by Angelo. Sasha Richard in 4th, followed by Jim Marlowe in 5th. Now with that brings us into the lunch break. And at the same time, ends my announcing this afternoon. Myself, I'll be taking off to Tatamagouche for a friend's wedding. But don't worry, I didn't leave you hanging with no announcing this afternoon. I got a very familiar name here at Atlantic Motorsport Park, has announced a few rounds here throughout the few years. Happy to see him join us again. But without further ado, Colson, thank you for coming out this weekend for round 3 of the racing.
Thank you very much, Corey. I'm super excited to be back here once again. I love this place. Going to be here about 2 more times this summer as well in August, and possibly come back next year a little bit more. We'll see.
I was happy to hear your comments about the atmosphere at the track. You're saying that everyone felt like a family, introduced you or come up to you and treat you like you've been here forever and made you feel comfortable. So I'm happy to hear that was your experience, but I think that's what probably keeps you coming back.
So that's always what keeps making me come back, and the giddiness of seeing those close races. Like even just this last race, I haven't been here in about a year, and I felt like a kid on Christmas. That was absolutely amazing. So I'm so excited to be here.
Awesome. I'm glad you're here as well. So that brings us into the lunch break. We'll have 1 hour lunch, and then what will start us off this afternoon will be the Asylum Racing Vintage Open Heat Race. 4 riders contending in the Vintage Open this afternoon, and then still another 7 races to kick off the racing here. So we'll be back racing here in about an hour, and until then, enjoy your lunch.
And welcome back, AMP sArl, to the first heat race of this afternoon, the Asylum Racing Vintage Open. It's going to be 4 laps in total, as racers are now starting to head around the racetrack for a warm-up run. And as racers start to line up in their starting spots, we will go through the list. We have Blaise Fougere in pole position, followed by Randy Bennett and Andy Hutchinson on their lefts. And then in the 4th spot, we have Max Holt. Racers are now in their starting brackets. And we are racing. Blaise Fougere holds the lead heading down into corner number 1. Now coming through corner number 2, it is still Blaise Fougere, followed by Randy Bennett. And then Andy Hutchinson on the rear. Max Holt losing a bit of ground on the 3rd place positioning as Blaise Fougere starts to gain even more ground ahead of number 2. Hutchinson and Bennett quite close together as they are heading through corner number 6 and onto the back straightaway. And this is here where you really see Blaise Fougere just pulling further and further ahead. Still only a few bike lengths separating 2nd place and 3rd base, Randy Bennett and Andy Hutchinson, as they're heading off the back straightaway. Bennett able to get a bit more of a lead as they're now going through corner number 9. And Hutchinson doing a really good job at shortening that gap heading through the corners, but Bennett still with the decent lead as Blaise Fougere comes through corner number 11 onto the front straightaway. Max Holt now just coming through corner number 11 to complete his warm-up lap. And exiting that corner, that blind corner, we see Blaise Fougere just pulling further and further ahead, going through corner number 4 now. Hutchinson and Bennett still quite close together. Blaise Fougere now on the back straightaway. Bennett able to gain a little more ground over Hutchinson as Max Holt now heading through corner number 4 into corner number 5. Seems like the race here is going to be between Bennett and Hutchinson as Blaise Fougere heading through corner number 10 into corner number 11 with a very large gap. Firing through the front straightaway for their first lap times. Blaise Fougere with a time of 1 minute, 13 seconds, 327. So about 5-second differential between Blaise Fougere and 2nd place Randy Bennett. Blaise now heading through corner number 4 into corner number 5. Hutchinson still keeping a decent distance between himself and Bennett, not willing to give up just yet, kind of powering through on the back straightaway. Getting slightly closer. As Blaise Fougier is making it through corner number 9, now heading into corner number 10. Bennett and Hutchinson now just entering corner number 9. Blaise Fougier adding about 2 seconds to his lead during that lap. Randy Hutchinson falling further behind Randy Bennett in that blind corner there. As Max Holt is now on the front straightaway to complete his second lap. Blaise Fougier enters the back straightaway. Bennett and Hutchinson still kind of in that same battle. They have been 1 second separating the two racers there. As along come the front straightaway, here comes Blaise Fougier with the checkered flag. Also recording his best lap time of the race, a minute 13.092. Bennett and Hutchinson also now completing with less than a second between the two racers. But this race was all Blaise Fougier's with an astonishing 9.533 second differential. And here comes Max Holt across the front straightaway. And that will be the end of the Asylum Racing Vintage Open Heat Race. Blaise Fougier, Randy Bennett, Andy Hutchinson, Max Holt in that order, the order they started off in. And as racers head onto the track for the MCW Consultants Formula 46 heat race, a quick thank you to our sponsor, MCW Consultants. MCW Consultants Limited is the fully integrated mechanical and electrical consultant engineering service company with more than half a century of consulting experience with projects including Canadian Forces College Residence in Ontario, Rogers Place in Edmonton, Energy Performance Certificate at the Sir Charles Tupper Medical Building and Clinical Research Center, Dalhousie, and Lights Off Green On Halifax School Board. And as racers head to the line, we see Jack Robichowski in pole position with Matt Covey and Darcy George on his left. In the second line, we have Chad Whitehead and Paul Clark. Stephanie Holman, Scott Campbell, and Kristen Whitehead are after them. Jason Rideout and Peter Steves will be following them, followed by Dwayne Finley and Bobby Couturier. Corey Canfield and Randy Bennett in the 14th and 15th position. In line number 7, Angus Campbell and Scott McIntyre, followed by Angelo Gurchardi and Ayush Supra as we are racing. Racers heading down through corner number 1. With one bike taking a second before powering down into corner number 1 as well. And as we are heading through corner number 2 into corner number 3 now, Jack Robichowski still with the lead. Creating a decent amount of space between himself and second place Matt Covey. Now heading through into the back straightaway. Racers flying down. Jack Robichowski still in the lead, it seems, followed by Matt Covey and Chad Whitehead close by as well. In the 5th place position, Paul Clark in 4th. Heading through corner number 9 now. Jack Robichowski still with his lead there. Stephanie Holman overtaking a few people through corner number 9. As racers flying past our tower, we see Jack Robichowski, Matt Covey, and Darcy George still taking up those top 3 spots. Chad Whitehead and Randy Bennett behind them. Paul Clark making up that 6th place position as they are going along the back straightaway now. Jack Robichowski still with a large lead over Matt Covey. And we have an overtake. Stephanie Holman overtaking Darcy George on that back straightaway as they're now heading through corner 8 into corner number 9. Coming through corner number 10 into corner number 11, Jack Robichowski still with a few second lead. Followed right by Matt Covey. Overtaken Matt Covey on the front straightaway by Chad Whitehead. Randy Bennett's in 4th, Darcy George in 5th. Kristen Whitehead in that 6th place positioning, followed by Corey Canfield and Paul Clark. Jason Rideout and Dwayne Finley making up the top 10 after our first lap of racing. Chad Whitehead still with that lead over Matt Covey. Heading into corner number 9 or corner number 6 into the back straightaway. Chad Whitehead still trying to keep that distance over Matt Covey in that second place positioning. Right behind Matt Covey, Randy Bennett not wanting to stay in 4th place, going through corner number 9. Covey able to play defensively, keeping Bennett behind him. The pack of Whitehead, Covey, and Bennett all heading through corner number 11. Very close. Anybody could take 2nd or 3rd or 4th. Bennett overtaking Matt Covey right by the start line. Randy Bennett now in that 3rd place positioning. Darcy George behind Matt Covey for 5th. Stephanie Holman also seemingly taking over Michael Scott. Still no one challenging Jack Robichowski, who has a 3.1 second differential over 2nd place Chad Whitehead, as he is now on the back straightaway. Whitehead, Bennett, and Covey still close together, still anybody's race for that 2nd place positioning. Leaving the back straightaway, heading through 8 into corner number 9. Bennett close by to Whitehead. Whitehead playing good defensive racing. And through corner number 11 comes Jack Robichowski, and he will claim the victory in this heat race. Bennett right on the tail of Whitehead, but Whitehead will claim 2nd. Matt Covey 4th. And coming along the straightaway once again, we have Kristen Whitehead in 5th, followed by Corey Canfield and Darcy George. Paul Clark as 8th, Dwayne Finley 9th. Jack Robichowski with a best time of 1 minute 14 seconds, 54ths of a second. Randy Bennett putting in his best lap time in that final lap, 1 minute and 14 seconds on the dot. As here comes Scott McIntyre getting that checkered flag. Racers begin to enter the paddock. 3rd place, Randy Bennett coming in. Comes Jack Robichowski, followed by Whitehead, Covey, and George. Corey Canfield right behind George. So once again, Jack Robichowski capturing 1st place, followed by Chad Whitehead and Randy Bennett. Matt Covey and Kristen Whitehead making up the top 5. And as racers head on to the track, it is time for the Finish Line Motorcycle Supply Pro Sport Bike. And now from Finish Line Motorcycle Supply, in 2019, Albin came to AMP and to take the HPRA, returning the next race round to get out and do a bit of racing. Albin kept asking people where they buy their race bike parts local, as every time I wanted to upgrade a part of my street bike to make it onto a race bike, I ordered online. With a response that we had no local businesses dedicated to race parts, Albin decided to take the chance and start Finish Line Motorcycle Supply. Every chance he's gotten, he's added more stock with the support of local riders, along with now growing into support from riders in other areas. And as racers line up in their positionings, we have Mario Richard in pole position, followed by Caleb Noyles and Phil Warnell. In the second line, Andy Hutchison and Crowdis Roberts, followed by Matthew Jollymore and Michael Scott. As we are getting ready, and we are racing. Here's Michael Scott starting the race from the pit lanes, heading into corner number 1. And as racers making their way down the track, heading into corner number 4. Here's Mario Richard still with a small lead there. Big pack in the middle. Matthew Jollymore making his way up, passing Andy Hutchinson. Crowdis Roberts also falling behind with Michael Scott on the rear. We have Mario Richard in first, Caleb Doyle second, Phil Warnell third, followed by Matthew Jollymore. And Phil Warnell has actually made his way into the second place positioning. Racers now heading into the blind corner, into corner number 3. Racers now making their way onto the back straightaway. Heading now through corner number 9, Super Mario still with the lead. Or that might actually be Caleb Noyles. As we head through 9 by the tower, we'll be able to tell for certain. Yes, and that is Caleb Noyles in the first place positioning, followed by Phil Warnell, Mario Richard, Matthew Jollymore, and Andy Hutchinson. Hutchinson and Jollymore almost neck and neck there through that corner number 11 turn. Here comes Crowdis Roberts down the front straightaway. Caleb Noyles still gaining an even larger lead over the rest of the racers heading into corner number 4. Now entering the back straightaway. It is still anybody's race for second place. Warnell holding the lead so far. Mario right behind him. Matthew Jollymore and Hutchinson still in that order. Hutchinson climbing up a bit close to Jollymore before pulling away as they're heading into corner number 8 and into corner number 9. Now heading through corner number 11 and onto the front straightaway. Noyle still with that commanding lead. And here comes the rest of the pack coming through. And through goes number 3. And pulling up the rear crowd is Roberts. And while it is not on my sheet, Randy Bennett is in this race as well. Caleb Noyle's making his way onto the back straightaway. As the others now join the back straightaway, it appears that Mario has overtaken Phil Warnell. Jollymore and Hutchinson still close behind. As Randy Bennett has now halfway through that front straightaway. Crowdis Roberts just getting onto the back straightaway as well. Bennett now exiting the back straightaway into corner number 8 through 9. Here comes Noyle still with a commanding lead. Mario Richard has taken a slight lead over third place Phil Warnell. A 4.4 second differential between Caleb Noyles and Mario Richard, and an extra 2 seconds between Richard and Phil Warnell. Warnell, Jollymore, and Hutchinson still very close together. Anybody's game for third. It appears that Mario Richard may have taken a very large lead for that second place positioning as he is about to head onto the back straightaway. Caleb Noyle's already about halfway through that back straightaway. Hutchinson not wanting to let Jollymore go. He is going side by side with Jollymore and falling back. Jollymore playing very well defensive racing to keep Hutchinson behind him. So here comes Noyles heading through corner number 10 into corner number 11. Crowdis Roberts has now entered the back straightaway. Racers running through. Hutchinson has taken that lead over Jollymore. And here comes Randy Bennett also crossing that line. Looking into corner number 3. Noyle still with a decent lead over Mario Richard, 4 seconds. As Hutchinson is now challenging Phil Warnell for that third place position. Jollymore falling slightly behind Hutchinson and Warnell. Hutchinson very close to Warnell as they're about to enter that back straightaway. Hutchinson keeping a small gap between himself and Warnell. As Mario Richard grows ever closer to Caleb Noyle. Still a long way to go, though. Here comes Noyles, past the line, followed by Richard. Richard has limited that, has shaved about 2 seconds off of that gap between himself and Noyles. Phil Warnell still with the lead. Hutchinson right behind him, though. As we see them leaving corner number 2. Hutchinson right side by side with Warnell. Warnell forcing him to cut back, risking a takeover. Warnell still with that third place positioning. Still Hutchinson looks hungry for it. Along the back straightaway, Noyles and Richard. Richard getting closer still. though it might not seem like there's enough time for him to catch up. Warnell still holding that lead as they exit the back straightaway into corner number 8. Hutchinson only a few bike lengths apart. The timed entry between Noyles and Richard last lap was 2.8 seconds. Let's see if Richard has gained ever closer. 2.096 seconds. Richard making very good time, almost catching up with Noyles. Hutchinson multiple opportunities, but Phil Warnell able to keep him in that 4th place positioning. As we might have a bike off the track, possible loss of power. Yellow flags being waved in corner number 9. Along the back straightaway, Phil Warnell still holding that lead over Andy Hutchinson. And has Mario caught up even closer? He has just 1.2 seconds separating Caleb Noyles and Mario Richard. So Randy Bennett is in the grass patch up on his bike just past corner number 9. Seems like it may have stalled or lost power in some way. Warnell still with the lead over Hutchinson as they're heading onto the back straightaway. Double yellows being waved in corner number 9. Just one lap to go. Mario Richard falling slightly behind Caleb Noyles in that lap, losing about 0.2 milliseconds, or 0.25 milliseconds. Richard losing. Now we're about to be heading into corner number 4. Caleb Noyles still with the over Mario Richard. Hutchinson and Warnell still battling for that 3rd place position. If Hutchinson wants it, he will need to pull something fast, as they're about to head onto the back straightaway. Just a few bike lengths between the two. And heading through corner number 9. Caleb Noyles still with that lead over 2nd place Mario Richard. And now coming through corner number 11. The checkered flag is out. Caleb Noyles claims 1st place, followed by Mario Richard. In 3rd place, Warnell and Hutchinson. Warnell sneaking out the 3rd place. Hutchinson right side by side with them. Jollymore going through for 5th. Crowdis Roberts heads down the back straightaway into corner number 8. And now through corner number 9, it appears Crowdis Roberts will take 6th place. And Caleb Noyles was able to get even more time on Mario Richard. 3.717 time differential there between first and second place, and then a 10-second differential between first and third place. As the racers back around the track, Caleb Noyles, the victor, entering the paddock. And racers have entered the track for race number 3, the Good Robot Brewing Co. AM Sport Bike. Good Robot Brewing is Nova Scotia's curator of quirky craft beer experiences. Find their products at your local NSLC, ANBL, or PEILC. If they don't have them, ask the staff. Or if you're interested in an evening out, visit the patio on Elmsdale at the Halifax Commons or head to the original bar in the north end of Halifax. And as racers get lined up, we have Carson Gray in pole position with George Church and Bailey Ives heading up that first line. Along the second, we have Sean Kelly and John McRae, followed by Max Holt, William Martin, and Keegan Campbell. And we are racing. Racers heading down into corner number 1. Heading through corner number 2. Pierce Bailey Ives has the lead currently, followed by that appears to be Carson Gray, then with George Church behind him. Racers now heading through corner number 4 into corner number 5 in the back straightaway. Carson Gray followed by Keegan Campbell seemingly in 4th place. Followed by John McRae as they're heading through corner number 9. And now into corner number 10 through corner number 11. It is Carson Gray with a slight lead over Bailey Ives. Keegan Campbell behind them. John McRae with a slight lead over William Martin. Max Holt holding up the rear. Sean Kelly and George Church ahead of him as racers head through corner number 2 into corner number 3. Bailey has now the lead over Carson Gray. Those two are fighting for that first place positioning and pulling off quite well from the back as they head into corner number 5 into corner number 6. Behind them, Keegan Campbell, and quite a distance between himself and 4th place John McRae. William Martin on the tail of John McRae heading through corner number 5 onto corner number 6 and the back straightaway. McRae able to hold him off decent and pulling through with the back straightaway, gaining a few seconds over William Martin. So the top 2 racers head through corner number 10 into corner number 11. Carson Gray with the lead. The top 3 racers all setting best times. A 0.211 second differential between Gray and Ives. They're now heading through corner number 4 into corner number 5. And now on the back straightaway, heading through corner number 6. Keegan Campbell also has pulled away from the pack. There is quite a distance between that 3rd place and 4th place positioning. But this race is all Carson Gray and Bailey Ives in those top 2 positions, heading through corner number 9. And looking at the back straightaway real quick, it is still William Martin leading the pack, followed by John McRae, Sean Kelly, and George Church holding up the rear, now heading through corner 11. Carson Gray still with that lead, gaining a few milliseconds over number 2, Bailey Ives. And now here comes Keegan Campbell holding up that 3rd place position. William Martin out there, corner number 11, pulling further and further away from John McRae. And Sean Kelly right on John McRae's side. They are side by side. George Church behind them. So they head down through into corner number 1. Max Holt pulling up the rear. A 12-second differential between third and second place. On the back straightaway, Carson still with that lead over Bailey, ever so slightly. As Keegan Campbell enters the back straightaway, the top 2 leave it, heading into corner number 9. Keegan Campbell now leaving the back straightaway as the top 2 come through corner number 11. Carson Gray still with the lead. John McRae's been able to keep Sean Kelly behind him. George Church also behind. But the 2 are separated by less than 2 bike lengths. Oh, and there we go. John McRae has pulled a little bit more space between himself and Sean Kelly. Still, though, those 3, George Church, John McRae, and Sean Kelly, all very close. The top 2 leaders head through corner number 5 and now into corner number 6 and the back straightaway. Gray seemingly pulling a bit further away from Bailey. As Keegan Campbell now enters the back straightaway as well. William Martin pulling farther and farther ahead in that 4th place position. Now they're corner number 10 into corner number 11. As we are now halfway through this race, Carson Gray still taking the lead, less than 0.200 milliseconds behind him is Bailey Ives. Keegan Campbell now coming through corner number 11. Steadily maintaining his 3rd place positioning. Now comes William Martin. And 5, 6, and 7 has stayed the same. John McRae still with the lead over Sean Kelly and George Church. Sean Kelly actually just taking the lead over John McRae. Sean Kelly now in that 5th place positioning. Carson Gray now heading through corner number 9. Still with a decent gap between himself and 2nd place Bailey Ives. Coming through corner number 11 past our tower, heading onto the front straightaway. Campbell now coming through corner number 9. Entering corner number 10 as William Martin begins his number 9 turn. John McRae has fallen further as George Church has overtaken him. George Church and Sean Kelly now battling for that 5th place position.
as our two top racers enter the back straightaway through corner number 6. Carson Gray still with that lead. Entering corner number 9 now. Few bike lengths separating the two top riders. Knees nearly touching the ground as they head through corner number 11. And just 200th of a second separating the two top riders. So we see Campbell entering exiting corner number 9. Sean Kelly and George Church gaining even more ground on John McRae. John McRae was able to keep ahead of them for a decent amount of time, but is now falling further and further behind. Both John Kelly and George Church this last lap setting their best lap time so far of the race. As it looks like Carson Gray and Bailey Ives are about to lap Max Holt. Coming through corner number 9. Gray taking the inside corner, passing Max Holt, now lapping him. Bailey Ives now joining him as both have passed Max Holt, heading into corner number 1. Keegan Campbell exiting the back straightaway, heading into corner number 8 through corner number 9. William Martin now also on the back straightaway. And we're still seeing that battle for 5th place as Sean Kelly still has a few bike length lead over George Church as they both exit the back straightaway through corner number 8 as they head through corner number 9. On the back straightaway, Carson Gray gaining even more speed over Bailey Ives. Bailey able to close the gap as they head through corner number 8. Gray and Ives getting ever closer to 7th place, John McRae. The last lap flag has been shown. This is the final lap for Bailey Ives to attempt to take over Carson Gray's 1st place. As they head through corner number 2. Gray able to gain even more speed over Bailey Ives. Through corner number 3 and now through the long corner number 4. Just a few bike lengths now separating the two. So they head through 5 into corner number 6 and the back straightaway. They are right behind 7th place, John McRae. Carson Gray able to pass John McRae, using John McRae as a buffer between him and Bailey Ives, creating even more of a gap between 1st and 2nd place. Expert riding there from Carson Gray as he comes through corner number 10. Bailey still on his back through corner number 11. Carson Gray flying through will claim 1st place, followed by Bailey Ives. Keegan Campbell now coming through the back straightaway. Still with a very, very large lead over 4th place, William Martin. Martin has just entered the back straightaway. Keegan Campbell is now entering corner number 10. And through corner number 11, it seems that Keegan Campbell will claim 3rd place. William Martin now also entering corner number 11. Sean Kelly and George Church still pretty close together as they go through corner number 10 through corner number 11. And it seems Sean Kelly will claim 5th, George Church 6th. As the winner, Carson Gray enters the paddock with Bailey Ives as well. John McCrae now also entering the paddock. So going through the top 5, Carson Gray earning that first place, followed by Bailey Ives, Keegan Campbell, William Martin in 4th, and Sean Kelly in 5th. And racers are lining up for the MCW Consultants Formula 46. In pole position, we have Jack Robochowski, followed by Chad Whitehead and Randy Bennett. In line number 2, we have Matt Covey and Kristen Whitehead. In the third, Corey Canfield, Darcy George, followed by Paul Clark. Dwayne Findlay and Michael Scott carry up the top 10. Jason Rideout, Stephanie Holman, and Angus Campbell make up that next lineup, followed by Scott Campbell and Robert McInnes. Bobby Couturier slots in at the 16th position, followed by Angelo Girardi and Scott McIntyre. And we'll take this time for an ad read for MCW Consultants Limited. Is a fully integrated mechanical and electrical consulting engineering service company. With more than half a century of consulting experience, projects include the Canadian Forces College residence in Ontario, Rogers Place in Edmonton, the Sir Charles Tupper Medical Building and Clinical Research Center Dalhousie, and Lights Off, Green On, Halifax School Board. As racers head through corner number 9 for their warm-up lap. Jack Robochowski still in first place, followed by what believed to be Randy Bennett, Chad Whitehead, and Matt Covey, with Kristen Whitehead taking up the top 5. Racers now heading down through corner number 1. Jack Robochowski still with a decent lead over that second place. Now heading through corner number 3. And corner number 4. A decent gap forming between 4th and 5th place. Jack Robochowski's in first place, enters the back straightaway, with 2nd through 4th quite close together. Believe that is Randy Bennett, followed by Chad Whitehead. A risky overtake there. Jack Robochowski, followed by Randy Bennett, Chad Whitehead, and Matt Covey. Behind them, Kristen Whitehead, Corey Canfield next up, followed by Kristen Whitehead, Paul Clark, Michael Scott. Racers now heading through corner number 4 into corner number 5. On the back straightaway, Randy Bennett still with a decent lead over Chad Whitehead. Matt Covey falling behind slightly there. Now they're corner number 9. Whitehead attempting his best to keep up the Randy Bennett. Still powering through in that second place positioning. Now coming through corner number 11. The pack of Paul Clark, Corey Canfield, Kristen Whitehead, Michael Scott. First place through 5th place starting to gappen. Each rider a decent gap away from the other. Jack Robochowski along the back straightaway, followed by Randy Bennett. Chad Whitehead still behind him, followed by Matt Covey. Corey Canfield pulling up the rear of the top 5. Down the track, we see Paul Clark, followed by Kristen Whitehead. Clark holding that 6th place position going through corner number 11. Followed by Kristen Whitehead and Michael Scott. Stephanie Holman and Darcy George making out the top 10. A 1-second differential between Jack Robichowski and Randy Bennett, with another second in between Randy Bennett and Chad Whitehead. But a 6-second differential between 5th and 6th place. As the top 5 head through the back straightaway. Each racer still maintaining their pass position. Still with Kristen Whitehead and Michael Scott on his rear. And heading through corner number 10 into corner number 11, we have Paul Clark, followed by Kristen Whitehead, Michael Scott, Darcy George, and Stephanie Holman, having overtaken Jason Rideout in that last lap. Dwayne Fidley is now in 12th, followed by Scott Campbell. And along corner number 11, here comes Bobby Couturier. So the top racers are on the back straightaway. Jack Robichowski with a few second lead over second place Randy Bennett. Chad Whitehead still behind Bennett. Paul Clark pulling ahead of that pack for 6th place. Whitehead still behind him, and Stephanie Holman has overtaken Michael Scott. 1 second, that's actually Darcy George has overtaken Michael Scott. As Scott McIntyre has entered the paddock. Coming around to corner number 10 into corner number 11 is Paul Clark, followed by Kristen Whitehead. Michael Scott has re-overtaken Darcy George. Darcy George behind him, followed by Stephanie Holman. Behind Stephanie Holman, Jason Rideout. Jack Robichowski just gaining even more of a lead over Randy Bennett. 1 and 448ths of a second separating the two, as Jack Robichowski has had his best time of the race so far with his previous lap, heading through the back straightaway into corner number 9. Paul Clark still leading his pack. Darcy George was able to overtake Michael Scott last lap. Michael Scott has still overtaken George, and just as I say that, Stephanie Holman has also overtaken Darcy George, heading out of the back straightaway. All of them through corner number 9 now. Michael Scott still in the tail of Kristen Whitehead. Stephanie Holman maintaining a slight gap over Darcy George. And this previous lap, Matt Covey setting his best time. 1 minute, 14 seconds, and 594ths of a second. So they once again head on to the back straightaway. The gap between 3rd and 4th has shrunk. will be able to catch up slightly with Chad Whitehead. Chad Whitehead pulling out a little bit away after they exit the back straightaway. Corey Canfield slightly behind them. Kristen Whitehead still with a good lead over Michael Scott. Stephanie Holman pulling even further away from Darcy George as they exit straight away. And as the checkered flag waves, Jack Robichowski claims first, followed by Randy Bennett and Chad Whitehead. Corey Canfield in fifth, followed by Paul Clark and Kristen Whitehead, setting her best time in that final lap. Michael Scott, Stephanie Holman, and Darcy George round out the top 10. And as Robert McGinnis passes the line, that is the end of the MCW Consultants Formula 46. And the winner, Jack Robichowski, Paddock, followed by number 3, Randy Bennett. And as riders make their way through corner number 10 into corner number 11, it is time for the Pro Superbike, brought to you by Albin's Plumbing and Heating. Albin knew from a young age that he would own his own company, and in 2003 he started Albin's Plumbing and Heating Limited as a service-based company that also did plumbing and heating in full custom homes with high attention to detail, as if every home was being plumbed for himself. He moved into plumbing, commercial properties, and in the insurance industry as well. As our racers line up, we have Blaise Fougier in pole position with Caleb Noyles and Tim Storer on his left. In the second line, Andy Hutchinson and Crowdis Roberts with Matthew Jollymore pulling up the rear, and we are racing. As riders head into corner number 1. And coming out of corner number 1 and turn 2, heading into corner number 3, it appears to be Blaise Fougier maintaining the first place positioning, followed by Noyles and Storer. Blaise making his way through corner number 5. And now through corner number 6 and onto the back straightaway, Blaise Fougier with Caleb Noyles right behind him, followed by Tim Storer and Andy Hutchinson. Matthew Jollymore in 5th, Crowdis Roberts bringing up the rear as they head through corner number 9. And with that, the warm-up lap is complete. We are off to the races. Riders heading down through corner number 1 into corner number 2. It is still Blaise Fougier maintaining the lead. Caleb Noyles close behind him. Tim Storer quite close with Noyles as well. Andy Hutchinson falling slightly behind the rest of the pack, with Matthew Jollymore falling behind as well. Now along the back straightaway, Blaise Fougier powering forward, creating even a larger gap between himself and Noyles. Now going through corner number 9. Blaise Fougier going through corner number 10 into corner number 11 and onto the front straightaway. Noyles and Storer close behind. And Crowdis Roberts heading through corner number 11, bringing up the rear. Blaise Fougier still with that large lead. Noyles with Storer right behind him. Now along the back straightaway, Noyles and Storer still super close together. Storer backing off. Blaise Fougier heading through corner number 7. And now on to corner number 9. Andy Hutchinson still maintaining that 4th place positioning, followed closely by Matthew Jollymore. Pulling ahead slightly through corner number 9. Noyles also gaining quite a bit of speed over Tim Storer. Almost 1 second differentiating Caleb Noyles and Tim Storer, a whole 1.481 seconds between Blaise Fougier and Caleb Noyles. Fougier still with a commanding lead as they head through corner number 4. Making a clean transition through corner number 5 and starting that back straightaway. Store again using that back straightaway to gain a little bit on Caleb Noyles before falling back on that corner. Hutchinson now also exiting the back straightaway. As Jollymore has entered quarter 6 and also soon to be exiting the back straightaway. Coming through corner number 10 into corner number 11. Caleb Noyles still with a lead over Tim Storer. Blaise Fougier now lengthening his lead a whole 2.366 seconds between himself and second place. Tim Storer absolutely flying up to behind Caleb Noyles, falling back slightly as they go through corner number 5. Storer using that back straightaway, getting ever closer to that second place. Now falling back behind again as they head through corner number 7 to number 8. Hutchinson joining them, exiting the back straightaway. Blaise Fougier still with a commanding lead over second place as he heads to the front straightaway. As the top 3 head into corner number 1. Hutchinson enters front straightaway. Jollymore going through corner number 10 into corner number 11. Blaise Fougier beginning corner number 4. Still Noyles and Storer close together. Everybody's game for second place. Just bike length separating second and third place. As they head through corner number 5 and enter the back straightaway. Storer right behind Noyles. Noyles able to hold him off. As they exit the back straightaway heading into corner number 8. Blaise Fougier now still in a far lead. Corner number 10 into corner number 11. Top 3 once again head into that corner number 1 2. Blaise Fougier even a larger lead as he exits corner number 2 into 3 and starting on corner number 4. Storer and Noyles still neck and neck, almost anybody's race here still for that second place position. Going through corner number 5 and onto the back straightaway. Storer almost going up again to challenge Noyles, just falling behind. As they exit the back straightaway. And as racers emerge from corner number 2, it is Tim Storer with the lead over Caleb Noyles. For these last few laps, Storer has definitely been close with Noyles, using that gap to able to leverage himself into that second place positioning as the two enter the back straightaway. Exiting the back straightaway now. Fougier through corner number 11. Store still with the lead over Caleb Noyles, also now heading through corner number 11. A 4-second differential between Blaise Fougier and Tim Storer. Andy Hutchinson also now exiting corner number 11 onto the front straightaway. And Tim Storer's lead over Caleb Noyles continues to grow through that second turn, heading into corner number 3. Tim Storer also having the best lap of his race so far, as they are on the back straightaway. And the gap between Storer and Noyles just continues to grow. As the top racers head through corner number 9. Blaise Fougier now into corner number 10. And through 11, leveraging his power. Still about a 4-second differential between first and second place. About a 4-second differential also between second and third place. Heading onto that straightaway, Blaise Fougier still with a commanding lead. Storer behind him, Noyles now. Now heading through corner number 9, Blaise Fougier just exiting. Heading into corner number 11, Blaise Fougier. Caleb Noyles now also crossing that line. The top 3 racers on their 10th lap. And as I said before, Tim Storer ever increasing that gap over third place is Caleb Noyles. Now a whole 8 seconds between the 2 racers. Blaise Fougier powers his way down the back straightaway. Tim Storer still trying to get closer with him. Storer gaining a little bit, losing a little bit of his race with Blaise Fougier falling behind about 1/100th of a millisecond that last lap. Blaise Fougier heading through corner number 5 now and entering the back straightaway. Tim Storer now also entering the back straightaway. Caleb Noyles now exiting the back. Blaise Fougier heads through corner number 11. Tim Storer now also through corner number 11. Blaze's best lap still coming in his second lap of the race with a time of 1 minute 11 seconds and 59 hundredths of a second. Blaze Fugier heading now corner number 5. And along the back straightaway, still a very large gap between him and Store. It seems to be Fugier's race to lose at this point. And here comes Crowdis Roberts past our tower at corner number 11. Blaze shortly behind him as the last lap flag is being shown. Tim Store now also passing the line. Last lap for the top 2 racers. Almost 6 seconds separating the two. And here comes Noyles, also past our tower. The gap between first and third is 21 seconds. Now heading to the back straightaway. Store now also joining him, going through corner 5 onto the back straightaway. And now through corner number 9. Blaze Fugier heading through corner number 10 and into corner 11. Blaze Fugier claiming first place in the Albans Plumbing and Heating Pro Superbike, followed by Tim Storer. Here comes Caleb Noyles now. Through corner number 10 into corner number 11, and he will claim third. Andy Hutchinson heads past corner number 9 into corner number 10. Matthew Jollymore now just heading into corner number 9 himself. Crowdis Roberts is along the back straightaway. Andy Hutchinson claiming fourth. And through corner number 11, here comes Matthew Jollymore for 5th place. Crowdis Roberts now going through corner number 9. And with him going through corner number 11. That marks the end of the Albans Plumbing and Heating Pro Superbike, with Blaze Fugier claiming first, Tim Storer second, followed by Caleb Noyles, Andy Hutchinson, and Matthew Jollymore. And as riders line up, the Asylum Racing Vintage Open is about to begin, with Blaise Fougier in pole position, followed by Randy Bennett and Andy Hutchinson. And in the second line, at the number 4 spot, is Max Holt. And we are racing. Racers going down through corner number 1. And as they pull through corner number 1, heading into corner number 3, we see Blaise Fougier in the lead, followed by Randy Bennett, Andy Hutchinson, and Max Holt. They continue their way through corner number 4 and head into corner number 5 and begin that transition into the back straightaway. Decent gaps holding up between all racers. Andy Hutchinson gaining on number 2 spot, Randy Bennett, as they are about to pull out of the back straightaway. Holt now also exiting the back straightaway. Bennett still holding that lead over third place, Andy Hutchinson. As Blaise Fougier transitions into corner number 11 and heads through to complete his first lap. Bennett and Hutchinson follow as Holt also now exiting corner number 11 and onto the front straightaway. Exiting corner number 2, heading into corner number 3, Blaise Fougier with an even larger lead. Randy Bennett able to tame Andy Hutchinson for now, keeping him still in that third place position. Holt now going through corner, transitioning into corner number 4. As Blaise Fougier enters the back straightaway. Bennett and Andy also now going into that back straightaway through corner number 5. Hutchinson slightly gaining on Bennett as they exit the back straightaway. Bennett able to keep him under control so far. Blaise Fougier going through corner number 10 into corner number 11, still with a very, very large lead. And as Bennett and Hutchinson enter that front straightaway, we will see a 7-second difference between Bennett and Fougier. Max Holt now also heading through the front straightaway, going down into corner number 1. Blaise Fougier entering corner number 3. As Bennett now exiting corner number 2, followed by Hutchinson. A bit of a gap forming between Bennett and Hutchinson. As the two racers now enter corner number 4, Blaise Fougier once again entering that back straightaway. Blaise Fougier now heading through corner number 9. Hutchinson unable to use that back straightaway to gain much on Randy Bennett. Still with the commanding lead there over Hutchinson. And Blaise Fougier now coming through corner number 11. And here comes Bennett past our tower. Now a 9-second, almost 10-second gap between Fougier and Bennett. Hutchinson and Bennett separated by about 2 seconds. Blaise Fougier heading through corner number 4 into corner number 5. Flying down that back straightaway. There goes Fougier as Bennett is about to join him on that back straightaway. Randy Bennett now about to exit that back straightaway. Hutchinson still behind him, but a larger gap forming between the two. Max Holt now also entering the back straightaway. As Fougere heads past the line, receiving the halfway marker. Bennett now also coming through corner number 11. Hutchinson joining him. Blaise Fougere heading through corner number 3. They exit corner number 2. Still Randy Bennett with a large lead over Hutchinson. As Max Holt exits the track, heading into the pit lane. Blaise Fougere powering his way down the back straightaway. Exiting it just as Bennett enters. Hutchinson joining Bennett on the back straightaway. Fougere entering that front straightaway once again. And here comes Bennett, also now about to head on to the front straightaway. "15 seconds now between first and second place. Blaise Fougere now on the straightaway. As Randy Bennett goes through corner number 4. Andy Hutchinson now just starting corner number 4 as Bennett transfers into corner number 5 and preparing for the back straightaway. And Blaise Fougere coming through corner number 10 into corner number 11. Such a commanding lead there from Blaise. Bennett going through corner number 10 as well. Hutchinson in corner number 9. As Fougere is about to exit corner number 4. Randy Bennett now entering corner number 4 as Blaise Fougere is on the back straightaway. An 18-second gap between first and second place. And an 11-second gap between second place and third place. Blaise Fougere heading through corner number 9, starting on his turn into corner number 10. As he receives the 1 lap remaining flag. Bennett now going through number 11 as well, about to receive that last lap flag as well. And Hutchinson going through corner number 9 or 10 into corner number 11. Almost hit a little bit of a wobble there, but he was able to stabilize. Blaise Fougere on the back straightaway. And now over 20 seconds separating Blaise Fougere and Randy Bennett. And Blaise Fougere starts his turn into corner number 9. Bennett is exiting corner number 4 and entering corner number 5 and the back straightaway. And here comes Blaise Fougere, the winner of the Asylum Racing Vintage Open. It's Randy Bennett now also making that turn from corner 11. Claiming second place. Last racer, Andy Hutchinson, now coming around corner number 9 into corner number 10. Transitioning in from 10 to 11. As he grabs third place. As the racers come around the track, we are preparing for the AM Superbike, brought to you by Veterans Canada Superbike Racing Association. The Veterans Canada Superbike Racing Association was founded by Bill Watkins after his 32-year service in the Canadian Armed Forces. Throughout his military career, Watkins witnessed firsthand the challenges faced by veterans, particularly those dealing with PTSD and other injuries. His passion for motorcycles and competitive racing inspired him to explore how this high-adrenaline sport can provide therapeutic benefits to veterans. Now, taking a look at the lineup, Carson Gray is in pole position, followed by Bailey Ives and Roll Aberlays de la Paz. In the second line, Brad Wedgwood and Sean Kelly. George Church and Max Holt bring up the third, while Keegan Campbell is in the last lineup. Roll Aberlays de la Paz seems to have stalled in beginning, but he is now underway, heading down into corner number 1. Racers now going through corner number 2 into corner number 3. Here's Carson Gray still with that lead. Taking a look on the back straightaway. Seems to be Bailey Ives actually with the lead over there. Bailey Ives followed by Brad Wedgwood and Carson Gray. Heading through corner number 10 into corner number 11. That is, yes, Bailey Ives followed by Carson Gray and Brad Wedgwood. Wedgwood in second, Gray in third. Roll Aberlays de la Paz has passed George Church, with Max Holt bringing up the rear. Ives, Gray, and Wedgwood pulling away from the pack. And Ryder went down in corner number 4. Looking along the back straight away. Bailey Ives still with the lead over Carson Gray. A bit further down the straightaway, Sean Kelly now in third place position. Racers now going through corner number 9. We have red flag being woven on the track. Racers now returning to the paddock. and racer Brad Wedgwood making his way to the paddock. And we are back once again for the restart of the Superbike. Original pole positions with Carson Gray in pole position. Bailey Ives and Raul Aberlays de La Paz with him. In the second lineup, Sean Kelly, followed by George Church and Max Holt in the third, and Keegan Campbell pulling here. And we are racing. Bit of a slow start there from Raul, but he is underway as racers go down into corner number 1. And heading out of corner number 2 is Bailey Ives with the lead over Carson Gray. Right behind them, it seems to be Keegan Campbell. Racers now making their way down through corner number 4 into corner number 5 and starting on the back straightaway. It's Ives, followed by Gray. Campbell behind him, followed by Roll. Sean Kelly and George Church pulling up the rear. And here they come, a very, very small gap between first place Bailey Ives and second place Carson Gray. Keegan Campbell still able to control that third spot with Raul right behind him.
Go ahead, turn 1.
Yellow flag being waved in turn number 1.
Please give me an update. Give me an update. Are the riders up or down? And where are the bikes? Are they in a safe spot?
As we may have had a collision of 2 bikes in corner number 1. Heading through corner number 10 into corner number 11, it is Carson Gray followed by Bailey Ives. And now going through corner number 10 into corner number 11, it is Sean Kelly and George Church. Now heading onto the back straightaway. Carson Gray still with his lead over Bailey Ives. And heading through corner number 4 now, Sean Kelly still with his lead over George Church. Gray now making his way into corner number 9. Heading through corner number 11, Carson Gray still with the lead. Leading Ives with less than 1 second between the two. Now coming through corner number 11 on the front straightaway, Sean Kelly still with his lead over George Church. Carson Gray making his way into corner 4.
Roger that. Thank you for that too.
Now making their way onto the back straightaway, Carson Gray's lead over Bailey Ives growing.
7 on.
Ives using this back straightaway to maintain distance. Not really able to gain much, but slightly as they exit the back straightaway and going in through corner 8 into corner number 9. Now looking to the front of the straightaway. Sean Kelly entering just with George Church right behind him. Church gaining slightly on Kelly. As they come through corner, number 11, Carson Gray still with the lead over Bailey Ives. And now going through corner number 10 into corner number 11, still Sean Kelly with a slight lead over George Church. And the Carson's Gray lead shrinking over Bailey Ives. Bailey having a differential of 0.759 hundredth of a second as they both enter the back straightaway. Just a few bike lengths between the two as they power down the back straightaway into corner number 7. Going through 8 now and beginning their transition into corner number 9. Still just separating the two. Looking to see racers and Carson Gray still with the lead over Bailey Ives at that last lap. Just 1/141 of a second between the two top racers. Sean Kelly still with his third place positioning over George Church. Now on the back straightaway, Bailey Ives is catching up slightly with Carson Gray. Falling back though after the two exit. Carson Gray making the first corner into turn number 9. Carson gaining slight more of a lead over Bailey during that last lap, adding about 0.02 of a second. As they now begin their transition to corner number 3 and into corner number 4. Looking back, Sean Kelly still with a slight lead over George Church as they're going through corner number 10 now. Carson Gray pulling away slightly on that back straight. Bailey behind him. And as Gray slowed down for that corner, Bailey was able to catch up. Through corner number 9, Gray still with the lead. The last lap flag is shown. Taking a look at the back straightaway, Sean Kelly and George Church still close together. George Church attempting a pull ahead, and George Church takes the lead over Sean Kelly. Church has now entered third place. And taking a look back in corner number 4, Carson Gray still with the lead over Bailey Ives. Going through corner number 6, Bailey Ives very close. And Bailey Ives has pulled ahead of Carson Gray. Carson Gray now in second place as they are heading into corner number 9. Gray and Ives still powering through corner number 10 into corner number 11. Can Gray pull it off and pull forward? And no, Bailey Ives claims first place, followed by Carson Gray. Now taking a look at the back straightaway, George Church's lead over Sean Kelly has grown. As Church begins his transition into corner number 7 and 8. Now going through 9. Church with a few second lead. Heading through corner number 10 into corner number 11. And George Church claims third place. Followed by Sean Kelly. Once again, Bailey Ives claiming first place, followed by Carson Gray, George Church, and Sean Kelly. And we are preparing for the M&M Lightweight 400 Expert and Mark and Ostrich Lightweight 400 Amateur. Mark and his Ostrich do the following: high-end carpentry, cabinetry, ultra-modern Italian kitchens, heritage millwork reproduction, interior doors, custom stair parts including reproduction, newel posts, and hand-turned spindles, and patterned wood floor including border work and inlays. Taking a look at the lineups, Mark Goodwin is in pole position, followed by Matt Covey and Craig McInnes. Corey Canfield's then lined up with Kathleen Coburn, followed by Darcy George, Jason Rideout, and Dwayne Findlay. We are racing. In number 11, Angus Campbell, followed by Mike Kemp and William Martin. Scott Campbell is with Paul Clark on the next row, followed by Connor Warnell and Angus McLarty. Jarrett Campbell is with Lucas Bull, followed by Robert McInnes, Ian Forrester, and Jim Harlow. And Ayush Sapra takes up the rear as racers are heading through corner number 3. And racers coming out onto the back straightaway. It appears Matt Covey is in the lead, followed by Craig McInnes. And I believe that is Mark Goodwin behind them. William Martin almost taking an overtake going in through corner number 7. Corner number 7. And yes, coming through corner number 11, it's Matt Covey, followed by Craig McInnes and Mark Goodwin. Angus Campbell is up with them. This racer's now heading through corner number 3. Matt Covey still in the lead. Craig McInnes behind him, followed by Goodwin and Canfield. Taking a look at the amateurs, Angus Campbell's followed by Mike Kemp and William Martin. William Martin almost making a passing attempt on Kemp on the last lap. Kemp was able to keep him behind. And McInnes is now still in place, followed by Goodwin. Corey Canfield still in that 4th place position as well. Racers heading through corner number 9 now, almost in that time of 10. Matt Covey still with the lead. Craig McInnes and Mark Godin behind him, followed by Corey Canfield. Next along the tower, here they come. Number 78, Jason Rideout, followed by Kathleen Coburn. Darcy George behind Kathleen. Angus Campbell leading the amateurs, followed by Mike Kemp. William Martin is next up for the amateurs, followed by Scott Campbell. And past our tower now comes 53, Jim Marlowe. Once again, directing attention to the back straightaway. Our top racers are heading there once again. Covey still with the lead. Craig McInnes right behind him. Mark Goodwin still with that spot. Corey Canfield behind them. Jason Rideout, Kathleen Coburn still battling for that place. Behind them, Darcy George. Behind Darcy, we see Mike Kemp and Angus Campbell. The top 4 very much pulling away. Darcy George taking the lead over Kathleen Coburn, but Kathleen Coburn getting it right back on the front straightaway. Darcy George had a lead over Kathleen for less than a second before she was able to retake the lead. Taking a look at the pack, Kathleen Coburn has a lead, but Darcy George is behind her, followed by Jason Rideout. As the top 4 racers seem to pull further and further away from the pack, it is still Matt Covey, followed by Craig McInnes and Mark Goodwin. Corey Canfield is in that 4th place positioning. Taking a look in the back path, Darcy George still right on the tail there. And overtaking, Darcy George has now taken over 5th place position. Passing right on the corner of number 9. And here they come around the corner of number 11. Darcy George, followed by Kathleen Coburn. Followed by Jason Rideout, Angus Campbell, Mike Kemp, Dwayne Findlay. The gap between the top 4 and the rest just keeps on growing. Darcy George still with that lead over Kathleen Coburn. Matt Covey now is along the back straightaway. Craig McInnes and Mark Goodwin still close by to Covey. And George and Kathleen still battling for that 5th place positioning. Kathleen has overtaken Darcy George on the back straightaway. Goodwin right on the tail of Craig McInnes. And now coming through corner number 11, Kathleen Coburn, followed by Darcy George and Angus Campbell. Behind Campbell, Jason Rideout, Mike Kemp, and Dwayne Findlay. So as of right now, Matt Covey, Craig McInnes, and Mark Goodwin lead the experts. And for the amateurs, it is Angus Campbell, followed by Mike Kemp and William Martin. Entering the back straightaway now, Kathleen Coburn with that lead over Darcy George. Less than a bike, Darcy George like a bike length apart. And right behind them, Angus Campbell of the amateur division. Darcy George looking to take the lead in the corner of number 9, and he does. Darcy George has retaken his lead over Kathleen Coburn in that corner of number 9. Here they come through corner number 10. Darcy George, Kathleen Coburn, followed by Angus Campbell. Jason Rideout, Mike Kemp, and Dwayne Findlay still behind them. As the top 4, Matt Covey, Craig McInnes, Mark Goodwin, and Corey Canfield have lapped Jim Marlowe. Darcy George still maintaining his lead as they transition from corner number 4 into corner number 5. On that back straightaway, Kathleen Coburn looking to once again overtake Darcy George. And she does. Kathleen Coburn and Darcy George really battling for that position, overtake after overtake. Angus Campbell still behind them, followed by Jason Rideout and Dwayne Findlay and Mike Kemp. Corey Canfield catching up with Mark Goodwin. Still about 2.5 second differential between those two. Darcy George also once again taking the lead over Kathleen Coburn. Those two really going at it for that 5th place position. Paul Clark also now making his way past the line. Craig McGinnis along the back straightaway, catching up with Matt Covey. Taking a look further back, Darcy George still has the lead over Kathleen Coburn, but as we've seen on this back straightaway multiple times, Kathleen Coburn once again taking the lead over Darcy George. They're playing leapfrog at this point. Now let's watch in the corner of number 9, see if Darcy George is able to take it. And Darcy George has once again leapfrogged Kathleen Coburn. It's like every single lap, they change positioning. Taking another look at the back straightaway, the positioning has not changed. Matt Covey and Craig McInnes still at the 1 and 2 position, followed by Mark Goodwin and Corey Canfield. Darcy George making his way around corner number 5, entering the back straightaway now. With a bit more of a lead than normal on Kathleen Coburn. Can Kathleen take this chance to pass him? And so close, but unable to pass Darcy George. He keeps his positioning. Angus Campbell right behind Kathleen. Jason Rideout, Dwayne Finley, and Mike Kemp behind them, followed by William Martin. As the last lap flag is being flown. Matt Covey still with the lead. Has retained it the entire race so far. Heading into the back straightaway. A few bike lengths separating Covey and McInnes. Goodwin still on their tail. Now the question is, can Darcy George once again stop Kathleen Coburn from passing him on this back straightaway? Darcy George still holding that position over Kathleen Coburn. As our racers have gone through the finish line, it is Matt Covey at first, Craig McInnes second, followed by Mark Goodwin at third, and Corey Canfield at fourth. And here they come, Darcy George, Kathleen Coburn, and Angus Campbell. Darcy George claims fifth, followed by Kathleen Coburn and Angus Campbell. Then the pack of Jason Rideout, Mike Kemp, Dwayne Finley, and William Martin. Paul Clark now making his way through corner number 10 into corner number 11. And number 46, Jarrett Campbell, also passing the mark, followed by Scott Campbell. Connor Warnell and Lucas Bull behind them, followed by Ian Forrester. Here comes Angus McLarty and Robert McInnes. As our racers return to the paddock. So, for the experts, Matt Covey at first, followed by Craig McInnes and Mark Goodwin, followed by Darcy George and Kathleen Coburn. In the amateurs, Angus Campbell, followed by Mike Kemp and William Martin. Paul Clark and Jarrett Campbell pulling up the top 5 for the amateur.